This meeting is being recorded.
Hello. Hi guys. Sorry for the delay, yeah? Anyway, good morning everyone. I believe the biggest thing to talk is about the pandemic. It has changed the world and putting most of us working outside of our normal operating standards. And I hope today you guys having a good day. I believe more than 80% of our participants right now are watching our NanoSec cybersecurity virtual conference from home. Is either watching it from your laptop, smart TV, or mobile phone. All of it connected to the internet. According to statistics, cybersecurity has increased to 400% because of the pandemic. We are now playing a bigger role in order to protect people, businesses, and organizations. We in NanoSec has no exceptions. From a physical present conference in 2018 and 2019 to a virtual conference in 2020 today. We had amazing support from the cybersecurity communities and speakers from around the world during our conference in Kuala Lumpur. It was a great one. Anyway, guys, I would like to thank you, our support, our sponsors, ASK Pentest, My Security Committee, and CIDES 2021. And most important thing, to team members that have been working hard to make this event happening, and speakers that have been working together to make this virtual conference 2020 a reality. For us in NanoSec, today is our big day. We hope everyone enjoys this special virtual conference with our amazing selected speakers. Stay safe and let's work together to make this world a better place. Thank you.
That's very thoughtful said. I have to say though, despite the pandemic, being part of the NanoSec team for 3 years now, I'm willing to guarantee this year's conference will still be as awesome and will be an especially unique experience. Anyways, my name is Amir and I have a disease that makes me crack really bad computer jokes. My doctor said it's terminal. Enough beating around the bush, let me introduce the first speaker for NanoSec 2020. Kean Siong is an independent security researcher in HITV crew. He's also a member of the HoneyNet project, where he's contributed in several open source network sensors. His session title is Who Stole My $100,000 Worth Bitcoin Wallet? Kean Siong, whenever you're ready.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for having me here today to share with you about my Bitcoin wallet story in NanoSec Conference 2020 this year. Yep, my name is Kean Siong. I am an independent security researcher and a member of the HoneyNet project. I'm also part of the Hack in the Box conference crew. Well, as a honeypot hobby researcher, I always have this big question in mind. What if you and I, we put our personal file on the internet? It could be some sort of open directory servers, or it could be some of the servers which publicly accessible by anyone from the internet. And what will happen to all of our file after 90 days? So this started to form so-called a fundamental idea for these topics that we are going to explore today. Who stole my $100,000 worth of Bitcoin wallet? And let's catch them all together with this new deceptive bait file. Yeah, we are going to explore about 3 things right here for the next 30 and 40 minutes. First, let's take a quick look about the idea behind the scene and how we create this new tool called Honeybag for this purpose. Secondly, let's take a quick look together about how we create those deceptive bait file with embedded Bitcoin wallet in it and spread it across the internet. Last but not least, the most interesting part, well, let's take a quick look about what happened to all of them after 90 days. Yeah, let's do this together. Well, nowadays, a security research company scan the entire internet looking for different web server or database or some sort of devices which expose to the internet. And then those security researchers look at the data and try to find lots of ways to secure it nicely. Company did that as well, try to secure the asset correctly from which and prevent them to expose to the internet. And definitely, at the other side of the world, bad guy, they are looking at the same scanning result with a malicious intent. They are trying to grab those kind of juicy data. They're looking for some interesting exposed data which accidentally leak on the internet. It could be credit card details or personal file, corporate sensitive information and stuff. Yeah, in this case, they would always grab those kind of data and eventually they will lead them to infiltrate the environment itself. I always like to use this analogy, such as a street thief carrying an empty bag, heading to broke into a house, and then try to fill in all the bags and with his, with the jewelry, silver and gold, everything into the bag itself, and eventually the thief will just carry the bags out from the environment. This is but on the network, on the wire itself, this could be happen as so-called the data exfiltrations activities. Well, I always love in those kind of movie, such as somebody will start to put a GPS tracker into those kind of bag, and then wherever the street thief they're carrying the bag from a locations to another locations, those GPS trackers will send a little tiny ping back to the owner and reveal some sort of the data with of the guys behind the scene. This will be interesting, and in fact, this could be implemented in the cyber world as well. This idea is not that new because recent year we have heard about those kind of terms called such as honey token, bait or breadcrumb, these kind of terms, but eventually they are referring to the same thing, which is a honey token. Well, let's take a quick look together about the real life example of how these things happen and what we can do together right here. Back in 2017, this was one of the very interesting blog by a very well-known security guru, Mr. Didier Steven. Back in 2017, at the time, Bitcoin price is all-time high. It was shooting up around, if I remember correctly, around $19,000 at the time per Bitcoin. And on the internet, malicious characters scan the entire internet, try to pickpocket Bitcoin wallet from those web server, which store those kind of Bitcoin wallet on the web server itself. Well, Mr. Leader Steven started to observe a lot of malicious scanning on his web server, and then he started to even observe those kind of patterns, such as the guys always came back a couple of weeks or months with a certain scanning patterns on his web server. Well, let's take a quick look together about this very interesting web server log. So what you have seen on the screen right here, personally, I would like to say that this is a very beautiful and very sexy web server log. How can we read it easily? This web server log is divided into a couple of columns, and from the left, first column is the IP address, the source IP address. It's followed by the timestamp, the HTTP GET request, the URI, and then the HTTP response code. In this case, there are lots of 404 HTTP response code. It's followed by the file size or so-called the size of the HTTP response itself, and eventually the user agent. This is how we can easily read this web server log. But in brief, a bad guy tried to continue. He was continuously hitting on Mr. Didier web server, and then he was trying his luck by guessing the correct wallet name, and with the hopes that he was able to grab some sort of the Bitcoin wallet which hidden on Mr. Didier Steven's web server. But of course, in this case, he was hit with a 404 over here because there were no any Bitcoin wallets over there in this case. Well, the things that catch our attention the most was the pattern of the Bitcoin wallet naming. Let's take a quick look together. A common crypto wallet file could be named as wallet.dat, or it could be a wallet underscore backup.dat. This is just a very pretty commonly known crypto wallet file name. But somehow, the bad guy, they are looking for a zip file which contains the wallet, and the zip file will be named as wallet.zip, or could be backup/wallet.zip. Well, as a security hobbyist, as a hobby security researchers, hobby honeypot security researchers, I always have this big question in mind. What can we do in this case? Is that possible that we can feed the bad guy with the data that they are looking for? with certain fake content, and eventually the data or the files will gather us about some sort of the information about the bad guy behind the scene. Yeah, this is just a very simple idea, very fundamental idea, and eventually this leads us to our new tools. So let me introduce to you our new tools, namely Honeybag. Yeah, we created this new open source tool, namely Honeybag, a tool that will help you to create a bit archive file, a zip file, with any folders and file to be embedded in it. You can customize it as you like, and then it will notify you if someone access it. Yeah, I feel that this idea could be useful for data breach detections or deception defense mechanism in a lot of different scenario. Well, let's take a quick look together about how Honeybag works. Honeybag contains three different components. First component will be this so-called Honeybag client, a command line tools that you see on screen right here. Or the second component will be the Honeybag simple DNS server, which will be useful for receiving the alert itself. Then third, optionally, we can set up a responder in order to work together with Honeybag. So all these three components can be gelled up together into a kind of a very useful scenario in this case. Well, what you have seen on the screen right here, this is our Honeybag client. It's just a pretty simple command line tools with some sort of the Python script. We can easily generate a bit file, a zip file in this case, with any embedded folders, files, documents, PDF, text file, picture, JPEG, PNG, any files that you like, you can embed it into Honeybag. Yeah, we can easily generate a bit file, maybe 1 bit file, or you can easily generate 1,000 of bit file with Honeybags in this case. Yeah, so let's take a quick look about the end result, how the zip file looks like. Well, let's take a quick example right here. What you have seen on the right screen right here, we create a zip file called secret.zip. Well, inside the zip file, there is a secret folder, and then there's only one single document called super secret document.pdf file in it. Yeah, this is just a very simple zip file. So during the so-called the generation process, Honeybag will automatically slot another 2 new files into the zip file itself. The first zip file will be, the first file will be the file with the file extension called .url. The second one will be the desktop.ini. These are the 2 files will be automatically slot into the final zip file itself. These 2 files serve as so-called alerting mechanism for our Honeybag. How it works is pretty simple. Yeah, these 2 files, initially these are the so-called legitimate file in Windows operating system. Desktop.ini was used to in terms of helping out in terms of facilitate how the Windows folders looks like in the so-called in the Windows Explorer. For example, we can help to customize how a Windows folders, the icon looks like by modifying some of the contents in the desktop.ini. Desktop.ini will try to look for the icon file on the local machine. It could be a Windows folders, or it could be somewhere else. Really credits to this very interesting idea, which are used in Things canary token. Instead of looking the file, the icon file on the local machines, what if we can try to let that desktop.ini look for the icon file on the external location? So the external location could be some domains sitting outside on the internet, or it could be some IP address that are reachable from the internet. So in this case, this will form a very interesting and fabulous ideas for this alerting mechanism perspective. Yeah. Secondly, we try to add another file called .url. This file, in a legitimate purpose, Windows is meant for a more convenient usage purpose. For example, if the file is meant to be linked to a www.abc.com, wherever a user try to click on the .url file, it will start to lead us directly to the www.abc.com. But in the contents of the URL file itself, it will also try to look for the icon. So it's the same approach with desktop.ini. We can try to put a specific UNC path in the .url file, and eventually URL file will start to look for those kind of icon file on the external locations. Well, this is pretty handy in this case. Eventually, these two form a very fabulous alerting mechanism for our Honeybag. Well, let's take a quick look together. What if some bad guy or some guys grab a copy of our secret.zip file, unzip the file, just click into the secret folder? What will happen in this case? Well, this will trigger so-called alerting mechanism, which are designed in a desktop.ini and .url file. The desktop.ini file will start to trigger the alerts to our Honeybag simple DNS server, which are sitting outside at the internet somewhere. Our DNS server will start to listen for all the incoming requests and then start to log those kind of requests in a simple SQL-like perspective. Well, we can also customize those .url file, which will reach out to an IP address, which are sitting on the internet somewhere as well. On the IP address, we can set up a responder in this case, listen for all the SMB requests. It could be NTRM hashes in this case, or NTRM v2 hashes. So in overall, we will start to collect various pieces of the information, such as the computer name, username, domain name, which appear on the DNS server. And then we will also collect SMB requests or the NTRM hashes, NTRM v2 hashes, which appear on the responder log perspective. All of these are various pieces of information can be joined together later, and then this will form a very interesting picture in terms of the investigation perspective. One of the little caveat right here, or some of the little limitations right here, this particular approach will be heavily rely on the UNC path approach, and UNC path will be just more applicable for Windows operating system. So what if some bad guy grab a copy of our secret.zip file, and then he or she open this zip file, access the zip file on a Linux or Mac OS operating system? Well, unfortunately, as the current development purpose, we won't receive any alerting mechanism in this case. So if you came across with any interesting alerting mechanism next time or in the futures, please feel free to reach out to us. We really hope that to find about these kind of interesting technique, and we can implement additional techniques for Linux or Mac OS as operating system in a Honeybag in the long run. Well, as for current approach, it's more about for the Windows operating system in this case. But nevertheless, this approach turned out to be something interesting for us. Yeah. Well, this approach is not brand new because it has been appearing in a different blog or some sort of article on the internet. But for us, Honeybag is mainly to provide everyone a tools and open source tool that we can easily generate any zip file with any content to be embedded in it. And the best part will be we can easily customize the entire flow to cater for different environment or different scenario. So right now, we have the tools on hand. We always have these questions: how can we play with it and get the best out of it? After lots of our discussions, and we started to came out with this particular interesting idea. Everybody gonna love Bitcoin wallet. So what if we place $100,000 worth of Bitcoin wallet on the internet for simply just 90 days? what will happen to all of them? Will they get stolen? Or what will happen to all of them? Yeah. So as for now, until this particular stage, I have another big challenge right here, because ladies and gentlemen, in fact, I don't have $100,000 worth of Bitcoin on my hand. I really wish that I have, but yeah, in this case, I don't have that. So if someone can really donate this $100,000 worth of Bitcoin to me, I would be very appreciative for this. Yeah, but in this case, we started to explore a couple of different alternatives, and we found this particular very interesting one, namely Bitcoin testnet. Well, there are big difference between Bitcoin and Bitcoin testnet, because the main difference is Bitcoin testnet, it is mainly used for development purpose. A lot of maybe crypto developers try to use this Bitcoin testnet for their testing purposes in terms of different transaction and stuff. The main difference definitely is Bitcoin testnet doesn't have any value tied into it. Maybe back in early 2020, a real one BTC is equivalent to US dollar $10,000, but BTC testnet, there is no associate exact value tied into it. But the wallet could be look the same, but so-called the testnet address could be look different, because they will be prepended with some sort of a different prefix for BTC testnet address and BTC address itself. But the best part for BTC testnet, it is freely available from the internet. We can get some sort of value or some sort of this BTC testnet from a lot of falsehood on the internet. So in this case, I would really suggest that if you go for this approach, once you finish use all these kind of BTC testnet, please transfer it back to the falsehood, because this will be very helpful for the community, especially the so-called cryptocurrency applications developers, because they will need those kind of test value to test for their application purpose. Well, in this case, we start to create this 10 BTC Bitcoin wallet, crypto wallet. Each of them will be unprotected with any password or any encryption mechanism behind the scene. Each of the testnet, each of the wallet itself contain one BTC testnet in this case. Well, I will say that back in the human psychology, wallet is always a very interesting terms, very interesting perspective, because this is the place or the placeholder with a lot of cash or valuable stuff in it. It could be used to store some credit cards, some sort of cash or notes, and even the identity card in it. In the real life, what if someone put a wallet on the street, or someone saw that, hey, there's a wallet lying on a restaurant's table? Will people pick it up? Or will people just ignore it? Or will someone who pick it up will just return it to the owner? I know we have a lot of honest people in the world, definitely. Very kind soul, definitely. And then will someone steal the Bitcoin wallets once they get it? In the same scenario, in the same analogy, what if we leave our Bitcoin wallet on the internet openly? What will happen to all of them? Yeah, so we decided to put all our Bitcoin wallet, the 10 Bitcoin wallet, on a different open directory servers on the internet. In this case, yeah, of course, we always stick to the same analogy as such as those kind of wallet lying on the streets openly. Yeah, we try to make our web server looks real as well. For example, we try to add a bunch of a personal file, document, and stuff on the web server, and hopefully that we can draw some attention for all those kind of web servers on the internet. Yeah, as expectations, initially during the first start of these 90 days use cases, we expect that we will have seen those very beautiful and sexy logs, such as what stated back in Mr. Didier Stevens' web server log. For example, we expect that it could be a full screen of very sexy and very beautiful live interactions of a web server log. Folks are going to try to scan and hitting hard your web server, and they are going to grab lots of a copy of our Bitcoin wallets from our web server. This is our hope initially, but ladies and gentlemen, in reality is so different, and that was really disappointing. Well, what you have seen on the screen right here, this is our real web server log. Initially, our web server log is just so quiet, and this is really disappointing at the very initial stage of this so-called use case. From time to time, we will just see could be some cat jumping into our web server and say hi. Some fly just fly over, or if we're lucky enough, we may have some Google bot or Bing's bot crawl into our web server and say hi. Yeah, this is just reality. And initially we thought of this is a failed project. It doesn't catch any attention at all. But it could be due to the reason that, well, this is just a very newly set up web server, and we don't have any resources publicly out there as well. But definitely, the first lesson learned, just be patient. Yeah, we started to think of how can we improve this entire scenario, and we decided to go for this more proactive approach. Yeah, we started to paste some sort of tiny little informations on Pastebin. Could be, hey buddy, this is our so-called personal Bitcoin wallet out there. Please don't download it. Please don't download whatever that we posted here. Yeah, when we put this kind of word, please don't download it in a Pastebin, people start to go crazy about it, and we start to seeing a lot of different downloads of our Bitcoin wallet from our web server, and eventually things start to get really interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, what happened to all of our Bitcoin wallet after 90 days? Yeah, within the 90 days, after the 90 days, all of our 10 Bitcoin wallets file, which are created by Honeybag, was stolen. And really glad to see that 9 out of the 10 wallets are alerted with certain informations about the bad guy behind the scene, or whoever who stolen it, who steal it. In fact, there was one missing wallet file in this case. I suspect that it could be due to the zip file was open or accessed in a Linux environment or Mac OS environment. One of the very interesting fact, one of our wallets was stolen in less than a minute after we posted it on a Pastebin. I suspect that this could be due to some bot, but who knows? It could be a real human behind the scene. Yeah. For the next 10 minutes, let me share with you about one of the very interesting observations within the 90 days. In fact, someone totally wiped out one of our BTC testnet wallet. The value in the BTC testnet wallet was totally empty in one of the cases. Let's take a quick look together. In this case, this is one of the very unexpected scene that we have collected. Well, the entire events happened around March 23rd and March 24th this year. So we created this new BTC testnet wallet on March 23rd, and then this particular wallet contained one BTC testnet in it, and within the less than 24 hours, surprisingly and unexpectedly, the value of this BTC testnet is totally empty. It just turned into zero. Yeah, let's try to investigate this entire event from 3 different simple perspectives. One will be from the web server, and then the Honeybag DNS alert, and the third will be thirdly will be the responder perspective. Yeah, let's take a quick look into the web server log itself. Well, on March 24th, somebody tried to download our wallet.zip file from our web server directory called /bitcoin/wallet.zip. The entire stuff, entire event happened around 1440 UTC. You can see that it was a response with the HTTP response code 200 with the file size in it, which followed by the user agent itself. Well, once our wallet gets stolen, in this case, wallet.zip file gets stolen, a few minutes later, we started seeing so-called the DNS alerts appear on our Honeyback DNS Simples DNS server. Yeah, you can see on the screen right here, the DNS alerts consists of a pretty long DNS on the domain name itself. This is a predefined columns, and each of the columns itself will contain certain value in it. Yeah, so in this case, the first column is with the value blue. This blue is exactly equivalent to the username of the machines, also called the Windows operating systems, which used to access our zip file. Yeah, the second column, the desktop-afmmb6k, this is the so-called the host name of the computer system which used to access our zip file. And then it followed by the next column, which should be so-called the domain name itself. Yep. By looking at these particular logs, this indicates that there is some bad guy looking into our zip file with Windows Explorer on the Windows machines. Well, somehow, interestingly, these particular DNS logs keep appear consistently, non-stop in our DNS log for around 20 minutes, and then eventually, at the same time, we started seeing some sort of activities on our responder as well. You can see on the screen, for those are highlighted in the yellow color, this blue exactly match with the username that we have seen on the simple DNS server, and also followed by this particular the host name itself. Both use information exactly match with what we have seen on the simple DNS server in this case. Yeah. So in brief, let's try to revisit the entire timelines together. On March 24 this year, 1440 UTC, our wallet.zip file gets stolen from the web server. 2 minutes afterwards, we start to observe the first DNS alert on our Honeyback simple DNS server. This exactly indicates that if somebody access in our wallet.zip file, followed by the SMB traffics, also called the traces on our SMB logs, which in this case we start to have so-called the NTLM hashes, or some sort of traces on the responder log, and then eventually it just totally wipe out all the values in our BTC testnet in this case. So the overall activities happen within just less than 35 minutes. But definitely one mystery stuff that I need to solve, and I don't really understand that why he thought wipe out our entire BTC testnet wallet. Hey buddy, BTC testnet doesn't contain any single value out of it, but maybe he or she found about what we did, and I think he or she really pissed off about what we have done right here. Well, I would love to share some sort of lesson learned or do and don'ts about what we have done for the within the 90 days use cases. Yeah, definitely the first lesson learned right here is just be patient. Initially, we expect could be those very beautiful beautiful and sexy is a web server log. A lot of folks are going to fight with each other and try to grab those Bitcoin wallets from our web server. But in fact, it is not. So this is in fact always the pain and the fun for a lot of honeypot researchers out there, because it is always take times until the day that we can harvest those kind of good results from this kind of approach. Yeah. Secondly, I will highly recommend that we should always customize our unique own bait. The more unique it is, I believe that it will give us the better result. For example, the file name, the token, or any embedded decoy file, or even the alerting mechanism. Yeah, I will really encourage that we should really customize our own bits in our own way. Yeah. I'll also suggest that put a warning banner out there or an error message say that, hey buddy, this is our proprietary environment or the file, or this is our private file. You should not download it or you should not access it. Yeah, I mean this will be a good approach, but somehow I believe that some folks really don't care about it. But that's how the things get interesting, right? Yeah. Yeah. Definitely never underestimate about the impact of this approach. Initially, during our first initial design and our first implementations, our approach is meant for more applicable for Windows environment, but unexpectedly, 9 out of 10 of our wallet all stolen, and then in fact, all of them give us about some of the interesting result back to us. So again, never underestimate about the great impact of this type of approach. Yeah. Yep. Honeybag is a new open source tool that will help all of us to create a zip file easily. You can easily embed it with any files or folders into it. As long as someone accesses it, you will get notified. Yeah. You can freely download these Honeybag tools from the GitHub page that we posted right here. Yeah, so hopefully that this can be helpful in terms of cybercrime investigation or in terms of cyber defense for different organizations and our security community. Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much to NanoSec Conference this year. Yeah, for letting me to share my Bitcoin wallet story. Really hope that we can meet up with each other next year or next time. Yeah. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks for this opportunity. Thanks. Oh, thanks very much for all the questions, and it's really my honor to share about all this kind of my Bitcoin wallet story to everybody right here. So, let me try to share some thoughts about some of the questions right here. So, for the first one that we have is if the file will open by a bot or a web crawler, and then will it be cached if it doesn't follow the URL, or it will be stored in some sort of the web archive? Oh, let's try to explore this particular scenario. In fact, those kind of zip file or the archive file, when we create it, the main idea is just about wherever someone access it, kind of unzip the file and then click into the folder, it will automatically trigger some sort of those kind of alert back to us. So for in this case, these kind of actions, they will kind of notify us about who is the guy behind the scene or some sort of information behind the scene. So if the first scenario will be somebody download our file, just keep it on the machine or maybe somewhere else. In this case, there's definitely no alerts and stuff, but what we will have could be some sort of those kind of actions in our web server log. That's it, just as a normal, as how a file will be downloaded from a web server. About the second scenario, if a bot try to pull the file from us, and then eventually the bot will start to kind of automatically unzip the file, click into the folder, and then in this case, if this is on so-called Windows machines, as long as the Windows machine is configured in a maybe default Windows machine operating system, and it will have the connections to maybe to internet. In this case, in this scenario, it's going to be fun because it's going to be give us some sort of information about the guys or those kind of informations from the Windows operating system. Yeah, hopefully I answer these questions. Yeah, and then the second questions we have right here is it means that this tool can only catch when the file was opened on a Windows machine. Yes, as for now, because the current so-called alerting mechanism in terms of our design for Honeybag is mainly rely on so-called the UNC path. Yeah, and then I mean UNC path is definitely mainly for Windows operating system. Initially, I have a doubt that hey, this approach going to be failed. Nobody will use Windows machines, to do some sort of stuff. But somehow, sometimes unexpectedly, I mean, we collect a lot of interesting result during our 90 days use cases. So I will say that just give it a try because things may turn out to be something interesting and unexpectedly in this case. But definitely, we hope that next time we'll be able to have some sort of new mechanism for maybe Linux or Mac OS in this case. Yeah. Oh, for another questions, what happened when the guys use a VPN to extract those kind of zip file? Can we still track the IP? So I mean, definitely in this case, the scene IP address going to be the final hope that from that particular so-called the zip. I mean, about the flow itself, about the network hope. I will say that it is always interesting to collect different pieces of those kind of informations. For example, domain, I mean, username, and some sort of different stuff. Eventually, the whole thing may give us a better context or better pictures about the things behind the scene. Yeah. If I mean, not really trust on particular single IP address in this case, but I would say that this IP address could be a good reference in terms of the investigation. Because from time to time, we have seen that those folks, once they know that you have Bitcoin wallet or some sort of sensitive files on your web servers, they may came back. I mean, after a couple of hours or maybe after a while, and eventually, by collecting all the different pieces to get informations together, it can help us to draw a very nice pictures afterwards. Yeah. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ken Song. Thank you, Ken Song. So I guess getting into CMB is safer than getting into Ken Seong's Bitcoin wallet. By the way, guys, again, we're really sorry about the delay. Now, let's move on to the next topic entitled Revisiting Software Security, State the Art by Jaan and Nafiez. Jaan and Nafiez knew each other when working at F-Secure. Jaan has more than 10 years experience in the antivirus field. He has passion in reverse engineering and exploit analysis. He developed challenges for the CTF in HITP and in Wargames Malaysia. With him, Nafiez. Nafiez loves to find memory corruptions and has discovered a number of vulnerabilities. He's passionate for vulnerability research and reverse engineering. Nafiez has helped organizing international CTF for HITB and a local CTF Wargames Malaysia. Jaan and Nafiez, take it away.
Hi everyone, I'm Jaan. Together with me today is my partner Nafiez. Thanks for joining us today on our topic, Revisiting Software Security, State the Art. As a disclaimer here today, whatever we said here today is basically our own point of view. So a short intro about us. We are a special interest group located in Malaysia with passion in bug hunting, software security, fuzzing, reverse engineering, and exploits. We call ourselves Tomato Dark Fuzzing Group. You may find some of our notable works in the link below. Next, we have brief agenda of today's topics. Firstly, we will talk in brief the overview of software security. Secondly, we will share about our approach on hunting vulnerabilities, followed by the modern exploitations, and last but not least, our vulnerabilities disclosure. Here is a quick overview of software security. Our talk today will mainly focus on Windows. So throughout the years, we are seeing many reports like following on zero-day being exploited on certain software or programs. Some notable ones like Google Project Zero always disclose new zero-day being used in OS, browser, or PDF, or some documents being exploited in the wild. So what makes it fail? In our point of view, it could be due to the third-party software developers or vendors do not follow mitigation techniques built by Microsoft. For example, the compiler options. Besides, there is a lack of secure development lifecycle, which includes software source code auditing and secure coding practice, and also ignorance from developers because they tend to avoid fixes, as also security is very expensive. If the teams isn't capable of software source code auditing, they need to hire third-party auditors to the job and fix the bugs, can delay their development roadmap as well. What's really happening here is Microsoft has improved so many things over the past few years, including killing bugs, classes. This also making fighting vulnerabilities getting super hard and not so straightforward like before. In the other hand, the exploit mitigation on different aspects makes some vulnerabilities become useless. Even if you have a usable vulnerabilities, weaponizing it is very expensive as it takes time to develop and fully working exploit. Next, we will share about our approach on hunting vulnerabilities. Usually in huntings for bugs, we're going for low-hanging fruits, then to the more complex part. One of our previous works on hunting vulnerabilities in antivirus covering various security issues and methods. The methods used here are almost similar. It just depends on your targets. We do studies others researchers' works and write up. Then we analyze from scratch to understand how it works. Basically, we are trying to reproduce their finding and try to get the same result. We then use that particular case study for different test case on our end. Of course, the easiest way to hunt for vulnerabilities is to have access to the source code itself. However, it is impossible to have access to source code when it comes to closed source software. Thus, this heavily involving reverse engineering. One way to approach this is to fuzz. Fuzzing is hard, but it is fun. In fuzzing, most of our work still rely on traditional methods, such as file format fuzzing, which consists of bytes and bits mutations. We do perform variance huntings like API, functions, and many more. We also do dumb and smart fuzzing as well by using publicly available fuzzer, and also we write our own custom fuzzer. At the moment, our only label on doing the job for us is a Dell PowerEdge server, which equipped with 12 cores and 128 GB of RAM. We split into multiple VM besides on the targets. We usually only run up to 8 VMs concurrently. We do tweak the VM to get better performance. For example, like remove all the fancy visual on OS itself. For the result wise, we pipe out the result to external hard disk for easy access across the members, because we are separate in multiple places. Like Nafiez is currently in Sabah. We do download and prepare corpus on various documents, picture files. So we have collected hundreds of thousands of files in various size. The smallest one will be 1 KB, and the biggest one will up to 30 MB. From our approach on fuzzing, we do get several numbers of CVEs. Our custom built fuzzer on work specific on the selected targets only. We use WinAFL and CertBFF on fuzzing, as WinAFL support coverage, guided fuzzing, and API. We do use CertBFF on file format fuzzing with its Python plugins. This is the overall bugs that we found during fuzzing in this year. We do found 4 on Foxit Reader, 12 bugs on WPS Office, 20 bugs on Microsoft Office, 10 bugs on Windows GDI, 8 bugs on Hangom Office, and 30 bugs on Nitro PDF. Our custom fuzzer is still a file format fuzzer, although it's slow, but we happen to use it and found numbers of vulnerability. It do mutation on input files. It's capable on bit flip as well. It's randomly flipping bits, and the range is from 0 to 64 bits. It can cover string and special character as well. We're detecting the crashes via debugger. Yes, although it's very slow, but it works for us. Detecting crashes could trigger false alarm, so we need to spread out the result by performing a better filtering. For example, by checking last exceptions like address now or has something on memory or register. Some very important info like access variations, last crashes disassembly code, register value, and stack trace. Sometimes these require manual verifications on our spare time. So this is a result from our custom fuzzer. We do get RC on Microsoft Word, Microsoft Access, WPS Office. Some vendors like Foxit doesn't assign any CVE on the bugs that we submit to them. And we still have a lot more pendings from other vendors as well. So using WinAFL is very effective, but it's very hard to use. It is originally from AFL and is get ported to Windows. It supports instrumentations, and this gives advantage for coverage guided fuzzing, but it doesn't work on all environment. Our test case only work on Windows 10, 15, 11. You can port a custom mutator into WinAFL. We do found some useful vulnerabilities by using WinAFL. Some targets require reverse engineering and code writing, including writing the harness. Ideally, you fuzz on assembly level, you have to extract that disassembly path and turn it into code. If the API available on MSDN, then it's a lot easier for us to write the harness. It is much more faster, however, the input file is only limited maximum to 1 MB. There is minimum resources available online, but you still can get some idea of it. Following are the result we got from using WinAFL. Is all info leaks bugs in the Windows GDI. Next, we will have CertBFF. Is able to perform mutation fuzzing on software that consume file input. It is easy to use compared to WinAFL. You just need to configure the Jaan plugin. You can also plug in your own fuzzer engine script as well. For example, using Damsa to call specific parameter to perform mutations. And Damsa will perform this mutation and the result still pipe into BFF for triage. We have very good result from this fuzzer. We do tested out the custom script that we ported and also the default fuzzer script. For our testing, after it's running more than 48 hours, the performance will start slowing down. Thus, our workaround on this is to reboot the VM every 2 to 3 days and restarted the process based on the last executions. It doesn't have limits on file size, but bigger files will slow it down. In some case, it will crash due to several factors such as fail fast and out of memory. Following are the RCE bugs that we reported to Nitro PDF, and we do get some CVE assigned. As per usual, some vendors does not assign any CVE on the bugs that we submitted to them. All right, so next I will pass it to Nafiez.
Hello. So, continue on this fuzzing effort that we did for the past years, and based on the fuzzing effort that we had, basically we are trying to write our own exploit as well. Some really success and some really hard to write. And let's go take a look into the modern exploitation. So as steady art, so memory corruption exploitation used to be easy, and in the past we can see like a classical buffer overflow, although it still exists nowadays, but it is really hard to really exploit it. Like we do have many factors that are basically blocking these exploitation techniques, and sometimes it requires multi-chains of vulnerability in order for us to get a example like a remote code execution or just a simple info leak. And we have seen like historically been exploited for decades. We started to see like a Morris worm where it exploits some buffer overflow issue in the fingered the daemon or the services, and it has been there for many years. And we can see like this year, so many like 0 days of Google Chrome and also some Windows kernel being exploited in the wild. And we can see also like the past mitigation not powerful enough to prevent the exploitations. So let's take a look into a vulnerability mitigation that has been done. This was taken from the Microsoft's list of mitigations that they have done since the past. So we can see like a buffer security check, data execution preventions has been there for many years. And we started to see like a null dereference protection where almost every single null is no longer exploitable. And ASLR is still there and it's just being improved, like a high entropy. So adding like a bit. So for example, like if you want to like get some address, it might take some time, and also it requires a lot of effort to write those. And also nowadays we see a lot of control flow guard, which is a CFG, and this is one of the painful mitigations that are implemented by Microsoft. A garbage collector, memory garbage collector, has been there for, since 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and it mainly focusing on browser itself. So in the past, we do found a vulnerability in a browser like Internet Explorer, and we see a lot of memory garbage collector, which is used in the JIT for protecting the browser itself. And we see a new one like a arbitrary code guard and control integrity guard. So let's back to the past. The Stack Overflow, like this is easy, and we can simply like overflowing stuff, and we get a function pointer, and we can control things and execute whatever that we need. And then we tried, we seen stuff like ASLR being improved, and the attack needs another effort, which is for example, like a code reuse attack or return-oriented programming. So it requires a lot of like DLL codes, and we jump from one address to another one. And none of it are like easily guessable like the previous Stack Overflow. So and requires a lot of effort on writing the exploits, and then it doesn't even stop at all. Where Microsoft introduced a CFG, where it checks for example, like if there's a call function like a call EAX, they will put some guard there on this, and it goes to the pointer where it will kill the execution itself. And yep, during our fuzzing and vulnerability analysis on one of the program that we fuzz, so this one was found in the Hancom, the HWP file format program. They don't really implement security on their code, but they're basically relying on allocation program. Like this is during a reverse engineering process, we figure out this is not developed by them, and it's basically by a third party. And yep, we can see that this code is basically trying to protect their program. So we managed to bypass their protection that they're intended to write for their program. So we have submitted a bunch of vulnerability to them and reported that this protection doesn't really fit to their application. So yeah, we do provide a lot of ideas on how they're going to protect instead of relying on one protection. So for example, like we can use like the compiler options. If you use the Visual Studio 2017 and above, there's a lot of new options that can help to prevent exploit or mitigate the exploit. And yep, this is one of the case study that we have exploited. We wanted to show more, but this is one of the easiest exploit that we have written in a modern exploit. So this bug basically is out of bounds read vulnerability, and we found it in a Windows GDI create the bitmap. So so this is basically a function that create a compatible DDB from a DIB and optionally set the bitmaps bits. So yep, how do we found this is basically we found using WinAFL, and yeah, it took us a couple of minutes, I think only like 20 to 30 minutes to trigger the crash. We written a harness, a simple harness. So yeah, basically it triggers memory corruptions during the fuzzing. So we reported this issue to Microsoft with the case number 58593 with the potential exploitation that leads to the info leaks. So during discussion, we have provided as much info as we have, as we couldn't exploit this as in RC or in another vector. So we figure out that we could abuse this by achieving an info leak. So basically, we could use this vulnerability and exploit it to chain it with multiple bugs. For example, like if we want ASLR bypass, we could use these infolic addresses to bypass ASLR to achieve whatever that we want to multi-chain vulnerability. And yeah, like we mentioned, we couldn't demonstrate the full behavior of the exploitation due to the limitation of the vulnerability. So it requires a multi-chain. So we do have a like an idea, like if we chain with a browser or something like that related to a remote kind of a program, and we could abuse it to gain info leak. So according to Microsoft, it is due by design, so there are no fix for this. And yep, so basically the vulnerability itself is an end value pointer read, and where the function was found to try to copy is specially crafted bitmap data. So as we mentioned, the API itself is basically setting a bitmap BIP, so we could manipulate from there and try to achieve invalid read on the function itself. And yep, as we want to have a solid findings to provide to vendor, right? We usually will write a big or huge POC for them. So yep, we only achieve info leak here. And yep, let's take a look into this crash triage. The first screenshot you see is the one that where it triggers access violations, which is triggered on the mem copy. So our harness basically able to trigger to that particular code. And yep, you can see it copies from the ESI to EDI. And yep, when we do some back tracing on the mem copy, where is it called from? We figure out that it was called by the create debit map, and the one that we called in our harness itself. So yeah, when we triage the crashes, right, usually we will do a deep bug analysis. So we spend hours of time to figure out what is actually happening here. So basically, the fault argument of the function itself, if you see in the create debit map, is basically passing a pointer to an array of uninitialized data, which later pass as source for memcopy to an allocated heap of fixed size. So, so the culprit here, we can see the 6F6D67AE is basically containing an invalid value, the question mark if you seen on the big screen. And yep, so how does it happen, right? So we take a look into a quick overview on it. So before reaching to the part where the input is copied, there is basically a check to test if the third bit of the pointer address is set or not. So if you look at the disassembly code, there's the check that is basically trying to check if it is a bit of the pointer address was set or not. So to conclude the bug analysis, we figure out that the create debit map copies an initialized data to the allocated heap size, a heap of size which is at 0x200, and then triggers the invalid pointer read error. And with this information, we could achieve info leak. So we couldn't find any attack vector because usually the out of bounds rate just like a copying like 1 byte, and it doesn't even sufficient enough to perform another attack vector like RCE or other stuff. So info leak is one of the way. That's why we managed to get one. This exploit works from our side. This is the exploitation part. So in order to achieve an info leak, so CBM init must be set to the system. Will use the data pointed by the default argument. So because we are going to spray it with the index of the color table data. So if you see the coloring on the DDESP down there is basically the index color of what we're trying to write on. So the heap allocation also must be large enough to make sure the mask pointer still points to our spray data. So in order for us to get a stable exploit to work, so we need to have a large enough allocation of heap. So this is an example of a proof of concept that we written to and we provided to Microsoft. So we try to set a large size of location and then we try to set the leak stack address as well, and also we need to basically control the spraying indices so that we don't blow the RTL allocate heap. So if we blow that thing, it won't be a useful exploit. So yeah, looking at the modern exploitation or modern vulnerability, we call it, it's basically hard and in the past when we see like a mem copy, we know it's easy to exploit and we can override something on this on the like a register or the memory or wherever that we can store things. So nowadays we see like out of bounds is basically really being handled by the Microsoft program itself. Like the memory management and a lot of improvement being done to mitigate or to reduce the attack surface on the vulnerability. So we do have found numbers of issues as well and reported to them, and it doesn't sufficient enough for them to fix the issue because the exploitation doesn't really exist there. So we do provide them info and they help us to write a POC as well to provide the feedback to us back and doesn't even show that the issue is basically can be exploited. So yeah, a lot of looks nice vulnerability, but when it comes to exploitation, it doesn't even give full promises. So yeah. And yeah, to achieve a powerful exploitation, one has to be chained to multiple vulnerabilities. So one vulnerability itself doesn't sufficient enough. So for example, in our case, it doesn't even bring so much attention. Or it's like not useful bugs. And of course, we can see the cost of exploit development will continue grow. And yeah, we can tell like issues like Zerodium and those selling bugs kind of boutique is basically increasing the price and so on. So and a lot of vendors like that are basically trying to fight each other like the pricing and so on. And yeah. So yep, that's about the modern exploitation. So let's take a look into vulnerability disclosure. So yep, this topic has been debated for many years and still ongoing for some cases, and for some countries they already have the firm disclosures kind of processes. And of course, some people like it, like the higher management people, they tend to send a product to customers and so on, right? And when someone reported a bug, they feel like, hey, this is not good, and you are breaking our product and so on. And like if like EULA or GDPR or whatever that can stop whatever what we call this. Preventing researchers from being reporting whatever issues found in the product. So yeah, and of course it's a painful process as well. We do found a couple of vendors that are really hard to work with, and like you need to send like 10 emails. They will reply like in a one line of email, and they tend to not to entertain researchers. So yeah. And of course, most vendors these days can with a vulnerability disclosure process. So for example, like a Microsoft, Google, and many others vendors. And yep, if you are providing a lot of info, usually they will be more good to you. So yeah, so assuming that you submitting a bug to them, make sure just to make sure to provide as much info as you can, because initially when we submitting a bug to vendors, the large tech vendors. We will get rejected like a couple of times, and not until we get a proper way to write a report or processes or emails or wordings, something like that, so that it's like to make them want to read whatever that you provided to them or reported to them. And yeah, of course, usually vendors gives a feedback. So when we do fuzzing on a Microsoft program, right, they usually give us a feedback like try to look into those specific functions and so on. So try to look deeper on that particular part because they want us to like helping them to protect their program as well. So they give a feedback to us like how to do it and where to look for. So it's a good idea to have this kind of so that you got both way party to work on. And of course, you gotta appreciate the work, and they will give you like CVs, bounties, and a lot of things. So and some cases like we spoken to vendors, they don't really have a proper channel to disclose vulnerability. So for example, like they don't really have a PGP. So you are sending like a sensitive information over the email, for example, like a public email, like a Gmail, and yeah, it's I mean like not proper. So when we ask the vendors like what is the security channel that we can contact with, like an email, or is there any PGP required? Even some of the security team from that vendor, that they don't really have a PGP, so you just submit in a plain text and that's all. So yeah, so you can see like the practices from there is already like giving them a loophole. So that's why they have this uh, dodgy product, so that shifts to the customer. So yeah. And yeah, the full disclosure sometimes delay in response, and sometimes silent fixes has been shipped to customers. So you gotta like wait for months and asking them in email or any other follow up, like a medium, like a Twitter and so on. And after a couple of months, they suddenly came back to you like, hey, we already shipped this to customer, and you are like, what is happening here? Why no advisory? Or so they said they have an internal advisory for their own customer, but when we ask them and we ask some other folks that if there's a really other internal whatever advisory, and they really don't have, it's just shipping a new update. So yeah, so yeah, these are the issues that are always being like in a vendor. So if they don't really want their program looks bad, going to the news and so on. So when disclosing a vulnerability to vendors, right? So these are the tools that these are our own perspective, our own view. So when disclosing a vulnerability, try to provide as much info. So this will give them an idea, and also try to give them like a how to remediate or mitigate the issue, and what like you guiding them the how to fix this so that they don't introduce another vulnerability. Because we in the past when we do security testing or finding a vulnerability in a antivirus product, like one of the AV product that we break their AV engine scanner, which allow us to have a RCE, and they fix and ship the fix to the customer, and they ask us to try if the issue has been remediated. So when we look into the program again, we do a simple fuzz on that program. We basically still can do some denial of service, and when we look deeper into the vulnerability, we can actually gain again remote code execution from the program. So yeah. So yep, when we're trying to provide info, just to make sure that they really do the fix. And you can use all the medium for contact, like a social media or general email. So so some for some company that they don't have a security email or mailing list that you can contact with. So what you do, you just send spam, not really spam, but send an email in a proper way, and yeah, and try not to use anonymous name and so on. But if you want to do some disclosure, full disclosure, that's where you want to go. And of course, reach out to people or researchers out there if you need help, because some people that they don't get entertained by the vendor. So you can help the others to, to contact or liaise with the vendors. And of course, get us involved in case if it is a really urgent matter. So this is the dons you need to avoid. Just never disclose anything and not until things settle, because we never know that if you don't work for a large corporation, right? You never know what is happening. So it impacts every single persons or whatever. So yeah, unless you are people from the underground or whatever, then that's your problem. But this is advice from us: just never disclose anything, not until those things are being fixed or whatever. That's why we advise to get a search involved or whatever party that really can help you to settle the things down. And yep, most vendors are really corporate these days. Even they're slow, but you need to push, and yeah, and you need to follow up with them. And yeah, of course, although it's time consuming because everyone is like have their 9 to 5 job, but yeah, you can always like spam them like what is the due for this and so on. And of course, before you post anything, make sure to inform vendor and get their opinion. So usually when we write about the issue to the to our blog, usually we'll inform the vendors what to do and what to write on and what to include and what not to include. So they will give advice as well. For example, like Microsoft, they will ask us if we are going to provide a proof of concept, a full working exploit and so on. So usually we'll tell don't, because it might be used by others, attacker or threat actors out there. So yeah, and of course seek for advice for that. So yep, speaking about the vulnerability disclosure in Malaysia, so this is our own opinion as well. So, and yeah, disclosing vulnerability to vendor in Malaysia is pain, regardless of what vendors or it's still a pain process. When you send one email, they just try to not taking care about it. Like I don't mind about this and so on. So and they're trying to avoid those, and they don't just care about their security, and security is not their priority, because their priority is their product or whatever that they're trying to deliver to customer. And of course, we see in a lot of cases, basically vendor trying to sue your researchers, and yeah, and from this we can tell that the company or the vendors itself has a poor vulnerability management, remediation and security response processes. So they don't really actually have all of this, to be honest, because we have facing one of the cases that related to a security product. We'll talk about it later. So, and of course, no one knows you because you don't have name, and of course, in our culture here in Malaysia, if you don't have name, this is one of the problem that I noticed, that no one will care about you. Like you pause it, like it's like going from the right ear to the left ear, so like it's like nothing happened. And why we spoke about this, like one of our case, we send numbers of emails, and they don't really bother us. So not until the government agency involved in this matter, that's where we seen what is happening. So we'll talk about it later. And of course, vendors usually think that they do better than you, because as a developer, they don't want their program like to be breakable and so on. So yeah, of course, even from our side also, like a security point of view, we want to see things as secure and so on. So yeah, and also now it's 2020, right? So security should be prioritized. So, but yeah, we seen a lot of companies or vendors are trying to moving towards that. And we can see a real world example by one of my friend, the blog that on the link. So you can see the reality of a responsible vulnerability disclosure that happening to himself. So he got facing a pain process when they're trying to reporting a vulnerability. So yep, this is the case study which is affecting the chiral labs, and this chiral lab, or the chiral security lab, is basically built one of the first I think antivirus in Malaysia. It's a local product. So the overview of this, we started to look into the product somewhere in end of 2018. It took us a total 5 days to find 12 vulnerabilities with severity from informational to critical. So our first email to them on January 2nd, and they're responding to this after. The conversation didn't work well, not until May 2nd, 2019. Nothing works, and we were almost looking for another alternative to do a full disclosure. And yep, let's take a look into the timeline of a disclosure. Okay, so this is the timeline of the disclosure. It's almost a year. Conversation over the email, over the video discussion, face-to-face meeting, but none of it really worked. So before we go this, let's take a look at a demo. And yep, so this is still from the latest product from their website. We still figure out that this is still vulnerable, which is a local privilege escalation targeting on their KYR. If you see kyrdl.sys, which is a driver that we managed to exploit and gain a system access. So yep, the KISS GUI is basically their interface, and the interface is basically working with the driver itself. And yep, the driver is run as an NT and allows us. So this basically we have written a blog about the vulnerability. What we didn't provide any exploit to the public. So if you can see the command prompt here with a low privilege access, and yep, we're trying to run the poc.exe later and try to exploit, and it will spawn a CMD with a system. So basically the product itself are still like vulnerable. And yep, you can see the spawning cmd.exe there, and yep, we try to see, yeah, and we got the anti-authority system on this program. So basically the product itself is still vulnerable with whatever that we have reported last year. And looking at the timeline, right, why I mentioned earlier in the first in the couple of slides back, the pen process is here, like it took almost a year to figure out to fix things and so on. And January to April is nothing there. It's like they even promised to us that they will ship a new product on April. So not until then that they told us like that we couldn't provide anything to customers and so on. And yep, on May itself, we have a meeting with NACSA, the NC4, the government agency, and we presented 12 vulnerabilities to them. Initially, we provide them one vulnerability to see how these vendors and the agencies are responding. So they are responding very well, especially NACSA. So they, after the conversation, after the first video conference, the case was coordinated by NACSA, and they're the one who brought this issue to the vendor itself. So from our side, we just follow up whatever that we can, but the enforcement was done by the NACSA itself. And of course, we seek for update again from the NACSA, and they told us that they follow up with the vendor via call, email, and they're trying so many mediums, even using a phone call. So, but none of it responded. And on June 28th, we were invited again to for the video conference with the vendor. And yep, this round they told us like we presented them with 12 vulnerabilities. It's a surprise for them because we want to see how they're going to respond to it. So, and yet they said they will look into the higher severity. Then of course we agree with it. And yep, on the August itself, we got our paper accepted in the Power of Community, or the POC Seoul Security Conference, and one of at that time we about to present hunting vulnerability in antivirus product, which is affecting almost 30 antivirus around the globe, and one of it was a Chiral, which is included in our list. And we informed vendor and NACSA, of course, that we'll be discussing this to public, and we were told by them during in August that they will be releasing a new product in November. So that makes us a bit happy because we don't have to worry like whoever used the product, they will get, the fix by November. So yeah, in October, NACSA sent us an invite, which is a face-to-face meeting on November 1st. And during that face-to-face meeting, me and my buddy, went to the NACSA office. And yes, it's funny when we face-to-face with the vendor where they told us like we couldn't deliver the ship the fixed and ship to the customer or whatever new product that they have, and they told us like they have an issue with the developer and so on. But it's November, right? So they have been promising since January, which is on April, and then like so many tai chi here and that, and yeah, and at the end they couldn't fix the issue. So we were told that during either August or I can't remember which one, but they told us that it took them a lot of time to figure out to figure which vulnerability, how to fix it, and so on. So because in our report we provide them a guide on which part need to be fixed, and we ourselves offer the vendor to review their product once it's shipped, but yeah, they didn't manage. So yeah, we told NACSA we'll be disclosing this to public on the same week of November during that time where in Korea, in South Korea. So we told them like the impact and so on. It couldn't be like it won't be like us only finding this vulnerability. Might be someone else out there and has been used in the wild, exploited, and so on, because the product itself is the name of the product itself is already like outdated since 2015 now, and the time is 2019. 4 years is like imagine like the people exploiting it and so on, because although it looks like only in Malaysia product use, right, but if we see like a nation state sponsor exploitation, APT, whatever involved, the software that they try to attack is not really like a Microsoft or Google or whatever. It's a software like for example like a Pakistan APT a couple of years ago. The target product which is unknown to anyone out there. So it's like when you read the report from the Intel report out there, it looks like it's a small product, but it's used by some agencies, and they use that for targets for their target and exploit the product and gain some whatever that they want. So yeah, so we told this to NACSA that this could impact them. So and NACSA agree with our decision, and they required the vendor to fix the issue no matter any constraint that they're facing. And and of course, disclosing of vulnerability in Malaysia nowadays, we see like NACSA and MISES are slowly getting better at it. So if you do found a vulnerability, report it to NACSA or MISES, and of course, if it is affecting the CNII, critical national infrastructure, it will be prioritized by them. So the reason why we reported to NACSA on the chiral security issue is because of related to the CNII. And of course, if you work with NACSA, we can ensure that they will drive the process and help you to hide your profile. Don't publish to public, not until things get settled with the agencies. So let them drive the things. And of course, if you need help to work closely with them, or if you shy, or if you scared that you'll get sued or whatever, you can always seek help up to us, and we'll help you to coordinate alliance with them. As a conclusion, so best defense is offense, and we help the community to eliminate vulnerabilities and engage with vendors for bugs fixing, and we learn a lot of things also, what their processes looks like. And our future focus is in plan as well, fuzzing hypervisor and custom fuzzer with chilling. And if you need anything, you can feel free to ping us at Twitter, and we are open for the local, because we are a special interest group for new blood to join us on this journey. So learning curve for everyone. And as well, we are still in the learning process as well. And thank you and stay safe. So, all right. Okay, so looks like there's a question. Is chiral software actually being used widely in Malaysia? Oh yeah, it is. It's used in a government agency. So in the past, in their Facebook, they used to post whichever agency they install, what do you call this? For example, if they go for this government agency, they install the product, they will take a picture of it and they will tell which agency are using it. So from because me and Jaan are from the threat intel background as well, and we do use this as a highlight this as a issue for them because it will expose whoever use it, because you are vulnerable, you're already vulnerable for many years, and you tell who's the customer is, and it's easy for them to target which one is their target. So yep, it is widely used, but for as what we know is on the government agency. When testing purpose means if I found vulnerability on government website, shall I seek NACSA for this? Yeah, you can seek for NACSA. There's a form, or you can send an email directly to them. If you feel shy to report, or if you need help, you can just liaise to us, and we'll help you to. And of course, they will help you to hide the profile as well. And yep, things that you can avoid, like maybe they will bring you for a conference call and so on. So you need to explain to them what is happening and what can be remediated, and provide them. So it's like a win-win situation. You give them whatever that needs to be fixed and so on. So yeah.
Thank you, Jaan and Nafiez. You know, it's really our responsibility to raise cybersecurity awareness. We can't just like let this, because people usually don't know how important it is, and it's up to us to make sure that people realize this. Anyways, we're gonna take a 2-hour break now. Get your lunch, get your nap, reply to your friend that asks you if you can hack Facebook. Just don't forget to come back at 2 p.m.
Flashes of the pouring rain, former memories decay. I am only here to stay, here to stay. Free from the everlasting pain, feel that cold blood through my veins. I am only here to stay, here to stay. But in the darkest night, it begins a fatal sin. I will hold you in my mind, 'cause I'm the phantom from within. From within. Ghosted shadows in my way, spirits want to be uncaged. I am only here to stay, here to stay. Freaky noises in my brain, on a pursuit to invade. I am only here to stay, here to stay. But in the darkest night, it begins a fatal sin. I will hold you in my mind, 'cause I'm the phantom from within. empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la. Oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Oh no. I might be tired of the stones they throw, picking up scars and I hold them close. They shot me down, but I got this far. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. Yeah, 'cause I'll never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded. The recording has stopped.
Check. Okay.
This meeting is being recorded.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a good break. Before the break, we had the chance to listen to Kean Siong with his talk on catching Bitcoin thieves, and Jaan and Nafiez on the talk on reporting vulnerabilities. Up next is a presentation by Randi Mulki. Randi is an independent security consultant with 13 years experience in the IT security industry. He focuses on IT security for the financial industry. Currently, he's working as an IT security engineering lead at Link Aja. He's part of the committee for Indonesia Security Conference since 2008, organizing an annual security conference in Indonesia that is supported by the IT security community. Please welcome Randi Mulki with his research on StreamCrime, leveraging modern application platform for old crimes.
Hi, thank you. Oh my. Ano tadi? Okay, sorry. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Randi. Let's start. I'm an independent IT security consultant from Indonesia with 13 years experience in IT security industry. I'm also an IT engineer at Link Aja and at the second committee since 2008. Let's start on the agenda. Today we'll talk about what is StreamCrime, and we'll talk about live streaming application and elements of live streaming apps and the dark side of live streaming. Okay, StreamCrime. I put it here. What is StreamCrime? StreamCrime, it's just a name because we'll discuss about real cases of illegal activities or crimes committed by using live streaming application in Indonesia. This talk is for awareness purpose, so it's not a technical talks. For those who expect technical talks, you can get your extra lunch. Okay, live streaming apps. Live streaming apps is growing rapidly all over the world since 2016. Even Canada Watch will broadcast all kind of live stream to find. Sometimes they want to find entertainment or partners or even make money easily. And what are the elements of live streaming? First, the elements of live streaming is apps owner. That is currency, virtual gifts, coins reseller or currency reseller, agency, host or broadcaster, and spender. Most apps owner are from China. Normally, they have representative in every country to manage their agency in every country. Every live streaming has their own currency. It can be coins, diamond, bits, or etc. This currency it's used for sending virtual gifts or games. You can buy it in apps or from official reseller and agency. The fact is, some applications have hidden currency transfer feature. This feature will appear when you reach certain level or when your coin reaches a certain amount. Let's see this. How? Let's see the hidden currency transfer feature. In the left side, you can see there's nothing here. But when your coins reach 10K, the feature will come, and you can send anyone. You can send anyone as much as you want. Virtual gift. Virtual gift used for tips and support broadcasters. Sending virtual gifts is gamified. The more gifts you send, the higher your level. Currency reseller. Currency currency reseller have if you buy to the reseller, they have better rate compared to in-app top up, and they have a monthly sales target. The fact is, no maximum limit of top up, and they only need proof of money transfer. Some official reseller accept buy and sell. There are unofficial currency reseller, like black market that accept buy and sell. Agencies they manage official house. Their income are from percentage of their house income, host or broadcaster. Host or broadcaster, they have for host or broadcaster, the official hosts have gifts and duration target monthly. Normally is uh, equal to 20K or 20K gifts, or duration maybe around 15 hours per month. Most of them are women. The fact is, they would do anything for virtual gifts or money, and they would do any challenges. Some of them accept cash and money transfer. Let's see the challenges here. First, and the second challenges is like this. Okay. And there is a spender. Spender person who spend their money excessively in live streaming application. Most of them are security for their life. The fact is, some of them are inmates in prison. They spend minimum around 5,000 USD daily. One person. It's not easy to know them personally. You must get their respect, and they will look at your level and uh, your outcome there. Then it's not easy. And then let's start from the dark side of live streaming. And on live streaming, there's many people use it for their own their own purpose. Some of them will do romance scam, and some of them will do online gambling, and will, there is drugs recruitment and money laundering. Let's talk about it one by one. Romance scam. Romance scam mostly done by broadcasters. Sometimes they tell sad stories about their family to get support. Because they need the virtual gift, right? And sometimes uh, will will actually like to fishes that end up with blackmail. Online online gambling. Online gambling is actually is a gray area. They disguise as a game, but the coins or the currency can be cashed out via official and unofficial currency reseller. Drug couriers recruitment. Uh, drug couriers recruitment actually do done by broadcaster that accept cash or money transfer. And uh, and it is also done by drug dealer spender. It's done as a challenge for broadcaster. Sometimes the drug dealer spender who are in prison will ask them to do uh, to deliver the drugs for amount of money, and will it happen? It really happen in Indonesia. And this the last is money laundering. Money laundering can be done using the currency transfer feature, uh, or can be done by official broadcaster. Using the currency transfer feature, why it can happen by using this feature? Because there's no maximum limit of top up from currency reseller, and there's a transfer feature, currency transfer feature, and there is an official currency reseller. We'll see the diagram. First, let's say A want to launder his money, and then he will top up to uh, some few uh, currency reseller, as you can see this here. After the the money arrive at the currency reseller account, and then the currency reseller will top up the coins or the currency to this user ID. After that, the this account will circulate the coins. After circulate, it will arrive to one account, and this account will use they will sell the coins again. They will sell to users or back again to the coin resellers or the black market users. And then the money will enter their bank account and will collected at the final bank account, and then it will go to them via official broadcaster. Money laundering via official broadcaster mostly happen in new apps that has good rate of salary. Normally, uh, they will give uh, a few percent of, like it's like more than 70% of the gift price, and point they uh, they will point a person to register as official broadcaster, and they send the virtual gifts to themselves. After that, uh, at the end of the month, they will get their money. But mostly happen is at new apps. That's it. Q&A. For those who shy, you can email me. Is there any question?
Okay, thank you, Randi.
Yeah.
So it's to go. And I'm Hidayah. Hi, everyone. So up next is Abraham Aranguren on Chinese police and CloudPets. So Abraham is the CEO of 7A Security, a pentest company. He is a team leader at Cure 53 and version 1, and also the creator of Practical Web Defense, a hands-on e-learn security course. He's the OWASP OWTF project leader. He's also certified in CISSP, OSCP, GWeb, and many more. Abraham has delivered talks and trainings at security conferences such as OWASP Global Apps Amsterdam, Troopers, LESCOM, just to name a few. Let's hear it from Abraham.
Sorry, just to be clear, we're going to follow this schedule and start the next talk at 3 p.m. So yeah, see you again at 3 p.m.
and it's beyond comprehension. You know I don't sense the tension. In place of redemption, I let go. Well, I spent so much time with the don't care crowd that I don't care how it's been weighing me down, and it can't be opening my heart now. I'm feeling nothing at all. I ain't letting my spirits down, 'cause ain't much matter that much I've found. I'm the dude with the don't care crown, and I ain't gonna be taken. Don't go getting mistaken now. I ain't gonna be taken now. Ain't much matter that much I've found. Oh, I ain't gonna be taken down.
wasting my time, but you get my mind. through human eyes. Everywhere I go, I'm constantly reminded of why I want to find myself. You get my mind. Yeah, you know why.
think you were on mute, so you're unmuted now. Unmute. So shall we start? Okay. Well, thank you for coming. This is a presentation about Chinese police and CloudPets. So thank you for coming, and I'm the CEO of 70 Security. So if you are interested, if you find this talk interesting, perhaps you will like to read public pen test reports. So there's a lot of them that you can read about here for free on 70security.com publications. We have delivered training at Black Hat USA, Hacking the Box, OWASP Global Labs, Nullcon, and others. Maybe some of you know me from Cure53 or version 1. So those were two companies I worked for. Still do things with Cure53 as well. I'm also the co-author of some hands-on 70 security courses, Hacking Android, iOS, and IoT apps by example. There's a workshop. It's not the course, of course, but there's a free workshop that we will do for NanoSec in a couple of days as well. So if you have not registered, maybe you would be interested in that, so you can join that. And then there's a couple of other courses about hacking modern web apps and modern desktop apps. So yeah, and then a while back, I also wrote a course for Alien Security called Practical Web Defense. So this was about finding flaws in web applications and then exploiting the issues and then fixing them and then seeing that the exploit no longer works, right? So yeah, I'm also the one of the OWASP WTF project leaders. So if you type in your browser wtf.org, that takes you to the OWASP page, to that project that you can use for free in your assessments. This is a link to some slides, and then there's some security certifications and some developer certifications. So regarding the public reports, these two are quite got a bit of a more social media attention, because in Smart Sheriff, this was an application that was mandated in South Korea, in the entire country. So by law, parents and children were forced to install this application. And the idea was that the parent would be able to control what applications the child should have installed on the phone, during what times the child should use the phone, and all these things, right? So typical political idea to get anything approved to try to save the children. But in practice, the implementation was really bad. So everything you should not do in a mobile application, you can see in these two reports here. These are the slides, and we also gave a presentation about it, so you can watch all these for free on YouTube as well. And then the Chinese police apps, we will talk about them during this talk. These were more privacy related, because there's a Muslim minority in Xinjiang. So the Chinese government has some mobile apps that gather information about these citizens with the idea of presumably reduce the likelihood of terrorist attacks. But the Human Rights Watch was wondering if some of this information that was being gathered was a human rights violation. So we helped Human Rights Watch to answer the questions, right? So basically they would determine if something was a human rights violation or not, which we had no idea about. And we basically just did the technical stuff, like trying to find problems or trying to answer the human rights activist questions by looking at the decompiled applications. So we will talk about this during this presentation. There's a bunch of other reports, so you can learn a lot about security for free just reading pentest reports, right? So let's talk about what we will be covering today. So we will start with CloudPets. This is going to be very interesting because the track record is quite epic. So first we will show what other people found on CloudPets, and then what we found, what the story was, to do a retest, and then what happened afterwards. And then we will talk about some of these Chinese police applications and what they do, what we found, and all that. And then also I will provide you with a little bit of background about the politics behind all this, right? So yeah, these applications, BXAQ and iJob, they are related to surveillance of ethnic minorities, but in different ways, right? So yeah, I will talk a bit more about this a little bit later. So let's start with CloudPets. The first thing is to explain what CloudPets are. So I could try to tell you, like, you press the paw on the toy and then the voice goes out, like the child can record a message and it goes to the parent and all this. But I think this would be a little bit boring. So I think it's going to be better if I show you the commercial for the toys, and then you will understand better what the toys are supposed to do. So share that. So yeah, I'll go to the beginning of this here.
CloudPets snuggle, CloudPets play, CloudPets share love every day. Send a message, send a song, play a game all day long. CloudPets, CloudPets. Now with CloudPets, there are so many ways to send love through the cloud.
Welcome to Cloud Control. We have a story from Dad.
Story ready to send. Receive a story from your dad who's far away, or a lullaby from Mom every day. Send a game to play with CloudPets Cat, or trade messages with Grandma, easy as that. You can send so much love with CloudPets for $39.99 plus $6.99 processing and handling. Each CloudPet connects to the special free app that will download to almost any smart device, so you can send stories, games, lullabies, and messages. You can call or log on at cloudpets.com. Smart devices not included, each sold separately. Must be 18 or older to order. CloudPets snuggle, CloudPets play, CloudPets share love.
So we already, whoops, that's not what I want to do. So we already played this one. And now I'm going to show you another one that is a little bit more technical about how the toys themselves work.
For family members who live far apart but want to stay close, try this cuddly option. Hi, I'm Laurie from TTPM, and this is CloudPets from Jay at Play. There are 5 animal styles to choose from, and we've got the teddy bear here. Each one works with a free app that lets parents, grandparents, kids, and other long-distance family members send and receive 10-second voice messages. I really miss you and love you. When you purchase a CloudPet stuffed animal, download the free app and register the animal. Then invite family and friends to download the app on their end. To record and send a message, the child presses the toy's right paw. I can't wait to see you when you come to visit. Through the app, determine who to send the message to and then send it. The recipient can then use his or her app to listen to the message and send back a response. I can't wait to see you when you come to visit. When your CloudPet has received a message, its red heart will light up and you can squeeze the toy's left paw to hear the message. I can't wait to see you when you come to visit. The CloudPet will only play one message at a time, but all the messages can be stored in the app. Only people who you have invited can send messages to your child's CloudPet. Also, a parent can choose to approve each message before it gets sent to the child's CloudPet. Also, through the app, kids can play games with their CloudPet or hear the CloudPet read them stories and sing lullabies. Additional app updates will deliver more interactive content. The CloudPet requires 3 AA batteries, which are not included. Now, the app is a free download from the App Store and Google Play. However, it is not compatible with all iOS and Android smartphones because it uses Bluetooth Low Energy technology. We tried testing it first on an LG G3 Android smartphone, and it was not compatible. While it did work on an iPhone 6 and a newer iPad, we had some trouble connecting the app to the CloudPet. We're not sure what the problem was, but eventually it did connect and work. So despite all of that, this is a cute product that would be great for long-distance grandkids and grandparents or kids and family members deployed in the military. It's just a cute and cuddly way to keep in touch, and it's for ages 3 and up. I can't wait to see you when you come to visit. For where to buy and current prices, visit TTPM and for family members who live far apart but want to stay close, try this cuddly.
Okay, so yeah, I think that's enough. So now you have an idea. Some of you maybe are wondering, like, Bluetooth Low Energy, danger, right? So yes, yes, we already played this one as well. So the intended usage is that the parent is far from home, and then the parent can send messages to the child using a mobile app. and then the child receives these messages on the soft toy, right? The children can send messages to the parent through the soft toy, and then the parent receives messages on the mobile app. So you have a parent that is, working far away from home, but then they can still communicate with with the child through the toy, and then the toy plays, daddy's messages, and then the child can hug the toy and all this, right? So in principle, it's kind of a touching idea and so on, but the implementation was horrible, right? So we are going to see now all the problems with this. So the toys use Bluetooth Low Energy, and they use this to communicate with the mobile app, and then the mobile app is the one that will send the message to the cloud, and then from there the parent will be able to listen to it. So the toys have a microphone because they have to record the messages, and they also have a speaker through which the message of the parent will play, right? So the mobile app is on the parent phone, so it's away from the toy, and therefore it's out of Bluetooth range from the toy. So it sends and receives messages to and from CloudPet servers and Amazon S3. Now this is another typical area of screwing up, so just a heads up. And then the mobile app on the child device will close the toy, right? So it sends and receives messages to and from CloudPet servers and Amazon S3, and uploads and downloads messages to and from the toy using Bluetooth Low Energy. So Bluetooth Low Energy is basically used to communicate between the app and the toy and exchange messages back and forth. But then it's really the app that is going to push the messages to the cloud so that the parent application can listen to these messages, right? So what can possibly go wrong with this? Does anybody have any idea? Let me open the chat and see if we have any ideas about what can go wrong with this. Any guesses about any potential security problems with this? Nobody? 10 more seconds. No security problem with this? Don't you have like some scary idea about what could be done with some devices that children use and record messages and play messages? So far, no answer from the Facebook audience. Okay, so yeah, we will see a lot of problems, right? So let's talk a little bit first about the history, right? So his work, stuff that other people found before we even started looking at this, is that the Mongo database was available without authentication. So they had the database where all the messages that children sent to parents and parents sent to children, this entire Mongo database was exposed to the internet and without authentication. So what happened was that they got 3 ransom requests from different people. So yeah, the Mongo database was exposed to the internet without authentication. Unauthorized parties downloaded this database. They got the company behind the toys got 3 ransom requests. This was indexed by Shodan. Pretty much 1 million users, 1 billion user records at risk. And Spiral Toys, which is the CloudPets company, claimed to never have found any evidence of any breach, right? So that's the official response. Whereas this was a screenshot grabbed from the database while it was still exposed online, right? So you could see here like the username. So you get like the email addresses of the users, the session token, and you could also dump the messages as well from here. So it's really a mess, right? So password hashes, emails, links to all voice recordings from children and parents, and you can see a full write-up by Troy Hunt in his blog here. So this was really bad, right? Then they got the first ransom. So this was what the ransom looked like. So your database is backed up on your servers, on our servers, send 1 Bitcoin to this address, and then send your IP address to email kraken0@india.com. There's a couple more things here to this ransom, right? So this is the first ransom that they got. But the funny thing is, the multiple security researchers alerted the CloudPets company, Spiral Toys, several times before all this happened, right? So first you have here the good guys trying to report the problem so that they fixed it, but they didn't fix it, right? So this was from the end of 2016 to the beginning of 2017. There were multiple attempts to try to warn them. Then the first ransom happened a few days later. The original databases were deleted, and then ransom demand was left on the system, please read message, with a please read kind of message. And then 1 day later, they got 2 more ransoms, demand left for readme missing databases, and demand left for pawn security, secure your stuff silly. So these were the 3 ransoms. They happened pretty quickly. And then on the 13th of January, then no databases were found to still to be publicly accessible. So this was about the cloud, but what about the toys, right? So what about the toy security? So Paul Stone did a lot of research on these toys. So this is a blog about his blog post describing all this, hacking unicorns web Bluetooth. Basically, he found that the toy has no built-in Bluetooth security features, no authentication for bonding or pairing between the device and the phone. And this means that anybody can connect to the toy as long as it is switched on. So now this becomes very scary because somebody on the street can connect to the toy and then tell the toy, yes, open the door, I'm your friend. And then if the child is alone at home, for example, they open the door to a stranger and some bad stuff could happen, right? So it can get pretty bad. He also found that the firmware upgrades are unencrypted, and the only validation is a CRC16 checksum. So pretty much very easy to bypass. So you could also upload your own firmware to the toy. So it's possible to remotely modify the toy's firmware as well, right? So pretty much all the bad stuff you could think about is what happened here. So I'm going to play this demo where he shows what he can do, right? So he's connecting a phone to the toy. And then in another demo, he will also use a computer, and you will see the demonstration of how he could connect to the toy and make the toy play any audio he wants and all this, right? So play that. See what I mean?
Exterminate! Annihilate! Destroy!
First I connect to the toy. Then I can make the toy start to record my voice. And then I can fetch the recording. And then play it back. Then I can make the toy start to record my voice. And then I...
Okay, so yeah, pretty scary stuff because you can not only send any audio you want and play it, but you can also use the toy as a surveillance device. So you can listen to all the audio that is being played on the room and then play it on your computer, for example, right? As you saw in this demo. So pretty scary stuff. And yeah, so after all this, there were like multiple write-ups about the lack of security of the toy and the lack of use of built-in security features published. All attempts to warn Spiral Toys, which is the company behind CloudPets, failed. And then Spiral Toys confirms that they did not reply to the data breach emails, and rather they decided to fix them. So yeah, this is basically what the vendor said. So then the question was, what did they fix, right? So all these issues were reported to them. They got all these ransom requests, and the question was, what did they fix, right? So the Mozilla Foundation asked us to check if the toys are safe now, and this is where our work actually starts. I worked on this one together with Jesper. So he's from Sweden, so we do some Viking jokes and stuff. So I decided to have some, Viking reference here in his honor. So yeah, he looked more at the hardware stuff. So this is the toy. So he looked more at, person. So he looked more at the firmware stuff, and this was the, what the circuitry and all this looked like. And then the question is, what could possibly go wrong, right? So a picture of my office where here we can see the first things that we found, right? So the Tor domain is for sale and used over clear text HTTP. So basically, if any user is using the application and they click on the help, then the application navigates to a domain that is for sale. So anybody could like purchase this domain and then be able to, for example, show a fake login page and harvest the credentials of all the CloudPet users, right? So this is pretty scary because it's kind of a possible kind of a man in the middle, but without even having to be in range on the same Wi-Fi or anything. You just buy the domain, and then you get all CloudPet, the credentials of all the CloudPet users in the world by having a fake login page in there, right? So anybody can purchase the domain and influence users, for example, prompting users for the CloudPet credentials, or for example, to prompt users to download malicious apps, right? So both things would be bad. And then another thing is, so the page is requested over clear text HTTP. So this alone makes it easier for a malicious attacker on the local network, for example, local public Wi-Fi without guest isolation, to man in the middle and modify this to, they can trivially modify the Tor page to, for example, show a fake login page, right? So this allows to target users, ask for credentials, and download malicious app. So the way this works is from the app, you would go to tap on go to CloudPets Tor, and then this would show you on the phone that this domain is for sale. You can see it here in small letters. This domain is for sale. Click here for more information. So pretty much like anybody can buy this domain and attack users. So let's do a quick demo about this. So I'm basically using Burp here, and you can see as we go to the Tor, the domain is for sale, and this is the request goes over clear text HTTP. You can see this in Burp here, right? So yeah, and this was a demo recorded last year. I think the domain is still for sale, so pretty bad, right? Like anybody can buy this domain and then put here like a fake login page, and that's going to be the end of it, right? So yeah. And then what else did we find? We found also that Polstone's public proof of concept remains working without any changes. So basically you can go to Polstone's GitHub and using this from a compatible Android phone, we found that we can still like upload arbitrary audio to the toy and play it back and all this, right? So basically strangers can still connect to the toys without authentication. They can push audio and play it on the toy, so anybody can interact with the child. I say something like open the door, I'm your friend, and then you have a stranger in the house, right? Or you can also download audio from the toy. So you can turn the toy into a spy device that tells you anything that is happening in the room where the toy is, right? So that's another possible attack scenario. So this is pretty bad. We also found that there's still no firmware protections in place. So a discovery was made during the initial setup of the device. The firmware is installed into the device from the app using Bluetooth Low Energy, but the installation process still has no verifications. There's no signature, there's no integrity checks, and the only protection is basically a CRC 16 checksum, which you can provide a valid one, and then the whole check will be bypassed. So absolutely no security, right? So the CloudPet voice recordings are still word readable. So the audio recordings created from the device are still being saved on Amazon S3. So when users upload a new avatar or message, the application will post the data through the API and carries out a DNS lookup to CloudPet prod S3 Amazon SWS.com. And then the S3 bucket has no authorization or authentication in place, so there's no limitations when it comes to accessing the files placed on the basket, right? So also pretty bad stuff, like anybody can read anybody else's messages, pretty much. So in essence, we can summarize this by saying that all they fixed was the publicly exposed database, and everything else they didn't fix, right? So the CloudPet toys can store and replay voice messages. They expose the personal information of more than 8,000 customers, effectively turn the toys into potential spy devices. Mozilla asked for a retest of the issues, and we found that Spiral Toast didn't really fix much other than the MongoDB without authentication, and everything else that was found by other people, we found it was still not fixed. And then the good thing here is that the toys are now removed from Amazon, Walmart, and all other companies. So the company, I think, is now bankrupt, Spiral Toys. So at least some good story in terms of there was a company that didn't care about security or the security of its users. And the security community tried to warn this company to fix things. And they didn't, and then eventually there was some repercussion for this, right? Because sometimes what happens is a lot of companies don't care about security, put customers at risk, but then there's no real impact or drawback for this kind of behavior. So in this case, you can see they were removed from main places where people could buy the toys. So at least some good news in terms of there were repercussions for all this, right? With this, we can move on now to the police apps. So we have two applications, right? So iJob is basically an application that police officers use in China to gather information about citizens. So they collect, some information about them, like full name, the national ID, ethnicity, and other stuff. And then BXAQ is more kind of an install and grab application that, for example, you cross the border, they install this application on your phone, and then it grabs all your contacts, all your messages, and all the applications you have installed, other stuff, and they send it to a computer in their local network, right? So they work in a slightly different way, right? So in this, iJob is used by the police officers, and the police officers enter information here manually. But this second application we will see is an application that they install on the phone, and then they gather all the information automatically, and then they uninstall the application, right? Once the information has been gathered from sent over to a server on the local network, they will uninstall the app so things look more or less normal. So what is the background behind these apps, right? So the Chinese government uses these applications to evaluate the threat level of their minority Muslim population in Xinjiang. So there's a region of China called Xinjiang where there's people that happen to be Muslim. And then the background is that Human Rights Watch requested a project funded by the Open Technology Fund to report and document the findings of the apps to investigate the potential violation of human rights. So the main question of Human Rights Watch was, is the system of systems, iJob, potentially compromising the human rights of a minority Chinese population? So this is a big question, right? And kind of difficult to answer. But what we did was assist on the technical side, assist them on the technical side to try to answer these questions. But it was basically them answering the questions, and we just looked at the applications in a technical way, right? So what is iJob, right? So how does the Chinese government use this? So the Integrated Joint Operations Platform, or iJob, is a policing program, right? So it's based on big data analysis, and the program aggregates data about people often without their knowledge. So it flags data that it deems potentially threatening to officials, and you can read more about it here on this link. So let me show a demo, because I'm not very good at politics, so that the human rights activists explain the background of this, and then this will make a little bit more sense. Talk about it.
I used to be one of those people, like, I got nothing to hide, I'm just a student, but I was very wrong. They're targeting everyone. As long as you're going out of your house, you're being surveilled.
In Xinjiang, in northwestern China, 13 million Turkic Muslims are already enduring extraordinary suppression at the hands of the Chinese government. And authorities there are building a surveillance state to be able to track their every move.
Across the northwestern province of Xinjiang, an estimated 1 million Chinese Muslims have vanished into a vast network of detention centers for what China calls re-education.
The region is now under what's probably the most intense government surveillance in the world.
Every 200 meters would have a police checkpoint. And then on top of that, there are all these checkpoints at public places wherever you go. If you're Uyghur, they stop you. They would just say, "Where's your ID? I want to check your ID." They would punch in the ID number, and then they would see everything about you.
One tool at the heart of Xinjiang's surveillance system is the IJOP, or the Integrated Joint Operations Platform. The IJOP has an app that's used by police and government officials to track extraordinary amounts of personal information about individuals, ranging from their religious habits to their blood type.
Human Rights Watch got a hold of a copy of the app and used a technique called reverse engineering to look at the source code, basically the design of the app. This is what it looks like when an officer pulls up an individual's profile. They enter the person's name, ID number, ethnicity, and then the officer takes a photo of the person's ID card to see if that matches the person's face. As you scroll, you see more information is being collected from the person, including their address, how tall they are, their blood type, their educational level, their occupation, their political affiliation, information about their car, license plate, driver's name, driver's ID card number.
On its surface, most of this information looks like standard fare for police, but as we dig deeper into the app, we can see that ordinary, routine, legal behavior is being treated by authorities as suspect.
This is what it looks like when the IJOP system has flagged someone whose phone number the system has lost track of. The IJOP system sends an alert to government officials to go and investigate the reason why that phone number has gone missing, and note if this person is suspicious and requires further investigation. Or here's another example. This is a report that the IJOP system sends to government officials about someone who used an unusual amount of electricity. The report includes the date in which the unusual amount of electricity used was logged by the system, how much electricity was used, what was the meter reading, and what is the usual range of electricity used. Then the government official is required to go and investigate this person.
If you use WhatsApp or Viber or Telegram, that might be considered suspicious. If you go at the back door of your house instead of the front, the police might turn up to investigate. The list goes on. The information from the app feeds into a central system and combines with information from other surveillance systems, including CCTV cameras that rely on facial recognition software, and even Wi-Fi sniffers that are used as people walk through checkpoints to pull information off their phones. The IJOP system aggregates all this data about people, flags those it deems suspicious, and sends alerts to nearby officials. These dubious criteria are being used to identify large numbers of people, many of whom are then arbitrarily locked up.
In total, I spent about a month in different jails. I wasn't officially accused of anything or charged with anything. The official paperwork said something like, I was arrested under the suspicion of disrupting the societal order. Then after that, I was basically under house arrest, because they marked my ID card.
It's time for the Chinese government to stop persecuting perfectly legal behavior. It's time for the Chinese government to end its repression of Turkic Muslims in Xinjiang, and it's time for it to dismantle this surveillance state.
Okay, so hopefully this makes a little bit more sense now about why we take this application. So the iJob was originally developed by China Electronics Technology Group Corporation, which is a state-owned military contractor. This company was set up in 2017 as a research center at UTS, the University of Technology in Sydney. And they are primarily focused on areas such as artificial intelligence, mapping, and big data. So you can see it's all kind of related to what the video was talking about all these facial recognition of all the CCTV cameras everywhere. So pretty much the Chinese government knows where everybody is at any given time from these cameras, right? So once we started looking at this, the first problem for us, of course, was that we don't speak any Chinese. So the app is written for Chinese police in Chinese, obviously. So we had to translate it so that we know, what the application is doing and so on. So basically, we had to decompile the application, then translate the strings.xml with Google Translate, and then we recompile the APK again with the translated version. And then we have a broken English application version. It's still not perfect English, but it is much better than Chinese for us. So at least we have more or less an idea about what the application is doing, right? So this is one of the things that we did. Another thing that we did for safety was to set up Tor and try to, avoid any request going directly to Chinese servers from our own IP address, right? So we refrain from any form of behavior that could be perceived as noisy and alert the maintainers of the application. So set up Tor in a test environment, set up Burp to use Tor as an outbound proxy, and then man in the middle of the app to send the traffic through Burp. Right, so we could inspect traffic, but without leaking our IPs to the Chinese government. Right, so that's another precaution. And then the main question was, well, this iJob application is the application that Chinese police use themselves, but they're logging into a backend system, and we don't have credentials to check that, right? So we had to fake that the user was authenticated. So we had to modify the app again, so that all the different activities of the application were exported. So we modified basically the Android manifest, export all activities, so that they would be able to see all the screens that the application had, right? So we modified the application, we tweaked the build and provided the modified build to the human rights activists. And then we also provided a list of ADB commands to launch the activities. So the human rights activists could launch the different activities and then decide if, like a certain screen is gathering very like human rights sensitive kind of data or not. And then they would make those kinds of decisions. Well, we just provided support on the technical side. So reversing the application is something we did. Translating the application is something we did. Exporting all the activities is another thing that we did, so that they could see what's there after the login without even having credentials, right? So the activists could run our script to review all the after login screens quickly without having to, spend a lot of time with this. So what did we find here? So So the new collection activity tracks the blood type and political views. So human rights question was as follows: recording of height and blood type. We want to know to what extent the authorities can justify this by saying this is all for counterterrorism. So far, I see only a few mentions of terrorism. So that was a quote from the human rights activist. So iJob indulges in data collection, likely for anomaly detection. It is assumed that the goal of this data collection is to have more reference data, so namely to mine and gather data on individuals. And then with increasingly strong indicators that the data does not match the information from the headquarters, they may reveal more suspicious and problematic subsets of users and actual people and groups. So this is a snippet of the code, right? So this was the Java file where this was, and here we can see all the information that they were gathering, right? So religious atmosphere, religious name other, political status other, birthday, height, blood, nation, relationship, lots of things, card number, destination country. So a lot of information, but the height and blood type they were a little bit concerned about. So yeah, this is kind of the broken English version. So you can see some of the strings could not be translated, but others you can see here: height, blood type, degree, and so on. Status, political. So this is how this was recorded. And then the ranking system was a little bit different. So in this case, we used proven when we could prove that this was the case. So in this case, it was proved that the application was gathering height and blood type. So this is why the finding was proven. And then another thing was that the application receives electricity consumption data from the headquarters, right? So this is another thing that we proved. And Human Rights Watch wanted to know about applications data on electricity consumption, right? So authorities logging people's electricity use. How is this problematic? So under the view of Human Rights Watch, this is problematic because the authorities are logging everyone's electricity use. They are trying to see if there's a reason for abnormal level of electricity use, and the application employs a database which fetches various utility data about an individual. So basically they know how much electricity everybody is using in the country. And then the way this works is that a police officer receives a new task from the headquarters, and then they can file a report to investigate the occurrence of unusual power consumption. So they can do so at any given date and mark any reasons for the same. And this prepares the ground for further investigation by the public security agency. So basically a police officer is going to go to somebody's home to investigate, right? So in case of a false positive, the officer can file in the actual electricity meter value, and a justification by law enforcement might be to monitor the use of electricity for cryptocurrency mining or growing cannabis indoors, among other possibilities, right? So these types of activities can lead to increased consumption. This is how it looked in the app. So you can see here the broken English application. We have phone number, reported object name, electricity meter number, power address, power abnormal date 1, power consumption degree 1, power abnormal date 2. So they gather all these different consumption metrics on the application, right? So that's very clear. So what do you think? Should the government be able to monitor how much electricity everybody uses? Is this a privacy intrusion? Can these stop terrorist attacks? Any thoughts about this? Okay, we have a question here about before. With the advent of IoT and most of the manufacturing resources are placed in China, how worried should the public be for their data being siphoned by apps such as iJob and BXAQ? Well, it's a legitimate concern. You will see that some Chinese phones make some kind of strange requests to random IP addresses, and you never know if it's the company, if it's a server owned by the company, but then the company has some affiliations with the Chinese government. We never know, right? So there's always this plausible deniability, but the possibility is definitely there, right? Any other similar toys in the market? I'm not too sure about similar toys in the market, but what I do know is that most IoT devices are typically vulnerable to a lot of the stuff that we showed with CloudPets. So yeah, this is, there's in IoT devices, there's always a lot of problems because typically the developers are not very aware of physical threats or anything like this. So they will make things work without authentication or anything else. Okay, so I see no questions about this, but this is something to think about, right? So should the government be able to monitor how much electricity everybody uses? Is this a privacy intrusion? And can this stop terrorist attacks, right? Because maybe if somebody is making a bomb, maybe for some reason they might need more, electricity, and maybe this is helpful. How can we prevent or protect ourselves from other similar apps? Use a VPN, right, would be the answer. So if you always use a VPN, then at least you are not showing your IP address to the servers. But even then, there's a lot of other things, like if the phone, depending on how deep in the phone is the threat actor you're worried about, it's kind of complicated, right? Because even if you use a VPN, this will make your activity more hidden, but at the same time, if there's something in the phone, it can still maybe report your ID or your real IP or the Wi-Fi network you are connected and other data to some cloud endpoint. So using a VPN is not a guaranteed perfect method of protecting yourself from privacy intrusion, but it's a start, right? Okay, so let's continue because there's still a few live demos to go through. So according to Human Rights Watch, they had doubts about the tools. So specifically, they say tools they use and possess, right? So this was another feature, right? So reporting feature for problematic tools. So they had a section in the application to collect information about the tools they use and possess. An option under electronic appears to refer to problematic tools. This includes tools that may be implemented to make explosives. So they are gathering information about, potential interest in making explosives and stuff like this. Officers can submit a report to the headquarters about explosive materials, and then the officer can ask for an investigation on the matter, and then this investigation can be further handed over and carried on by the public security agency. So this is how the reporting feature of problematic tools look like. So you can see here, is there a blasting tool or material? Yes, no, exception, reason, add new home appliances, renovation, farming, and things like this, right? So they were collecting information about this, and then we can only speculate the reasons, but that was the fact. And then here we have assumed, so this is a lower level of assuredness. So PII collection via missed phone trail feedback activity. So Human Rights Watch was also curious about the missed phone trail feedback activity. This refers to when someone's gone off the grid, so suddenly stopped using their phone, right? So they are also tracking this when a phone suddenly stops being used. So reviewing the activity and data processing from the decompiled source code provides evidence of tracking this information when a phone stops being used. So the following list summarizes the fields used by the app for this purpose. So you have add user, add username, expression description, latitude, longitude, right? So they have the coordinates of where the phone stopped being used. And then we check all these with ADB commands launching the different activities, right? So First, we modified the application, so all activities were exposed, so we can see all the screens that the application would normally only show after the user logged in. But because we could not log in, we just exported all the activities, and they just showed all the screens with empty fields, right? So this resulted in the following PII collection form being rendered. So you can see here all the data being gathered, and then this is more kind of information like misfound trail feedback view model. And yeah, so upon closer inspection of the decompiled source code of the application, it was found that this activity makes use of the misfound trail feedback view model. And then by trailing this the sequence, we can see that the sequence submits the information to the API in a fashion illustrated next and making use of a misfound trail REST entity, right? So we could see some traces about this, like when a phone stops being used, that this was somehow being reported to the API, right? So then there's like some commands used to get all the fields and so on. And then the question is, how does the officer communicate with the headquarters, right? So I see there are terms like immediate arrest or detain for investigations. Are these decisions made by the officers or headquarters? So most likely the communication and some form of, we assume there's some form of chat exchange using XMPP, because we found like some XMPP code in the code, right? So in this login fragment, we can see here that they are talking to some XMPP host and protocol is here, right? So they are doing some, there's some chat kind of feature on the application where the police officer is maybe talking to somebody in the headquarters using XMPP, right? So yeah, it's unclear how exactly these variables are used in the context of the app. They are indicators that information is pushed by the headquarters and all this, right? So this is basically, yeah, all kind of the same. So in essence, the iJob has multiple sources or sensors for intel, so CCTV cameras with facial recognition and night vision, Wi-Fi sniffers that track computers, smartphones, and other network devices. So whenever your phone is asking for wireless networks, it knows. These Wi-Fi sniffers track all that to kind of identify you. And then there's other sources like license plate numbers, citizen ID card numbers, and so on. Then vehicle ownership, health insurance, family planning, banking, and legal records. They combine all these to know as much as they can about the citizens, right? So the current status of the iJob is basically that there's a few checks on police surveillance powers. So basically, this is not like Europe where we have privacy laws and stuff. Like in China, they are pretty much like, they don't have this kind of stuff. So there's no effective privacy against the government instructions in China. So China has no unified privacy or data protection law to protect or personally identifying information from its use. And there's very little information about how securely the data collected by iJob is stored, and no formal system for people to find out what information is held about them on iJob, right? So this is a picture of the Wi-Fi sniffers. So these are the data collecting machines. And yeah, so it's kind of unclear how all this is being used, but you can kind of get an idea from what we covered. And yeah, this was all carried out in collaboration with the Human Rights Watch team. So they were asking all the human rights questions, and we tried to do our best from the technical side to find any evidence to what they were asking about. And that is basically how it worked, right? So the team was technically driven and an unbiased investigating entity trying to answer the questions, but without taking sides, just looking at the data and conveying the data to the human rights activists, right? So we work from a premise of technical evidence based on reverse engineering operations. So yeah, this is a picture of this. So now let's move on to the BXAQ app. I'll show a quick demo here. Yeah, so this is widely known as the Fenkai and it's basically an application used to scan the device in which it is installed, even on tourist phones, right? So it is supposedly used in specific regions of China by law enforcement, and it has the potential to gather and manage a massive amount of data about that specific group. So let me show you the demo because it will be short of time, and this will explain it better.
Chinese border guards are installing surveillance malware on tourists' phones. An investigative report by the New York Times, The Guardian, Motherboard, Süddeutsche Zeitung, and German public broadcaster NDR has uncovered a systematic program to harvest data from the phones of tourists entering Xinjiang. According to a report in The Guardian, tourists entering Xinjiang by land from Kyrgyzstan are forced to unlock their phones at border checkpoints and give their PIN codes to border officials. The phones are taken away by Chinese authorities to a separate room. iPhones are plugged into a reader that scans them, while Android phones have a spyware app called Feng Cai installed on them. The malware downloads emails, text messages, phone contacts, call logs, and scans the device for more than 73,000 different items, including images and videos related to Islamic terrorism or the Quran. A traveler told The Guardian he had been alerted by an international travel agent and by tourist information while in Kyrgyzstan that something would happen to his phone at the border. He said they expected a GPS tracker would be installed. He checked his phone after he got it back and found the malware. In most cases, the Android app is uninstalled by authorities before the phone is returned to the tourist. However, some tourists have still found the app installed on their phones.
So yeah, this is basically the story. So they gave us the APK. So we looked at the APK and we followed a white box methodology because we could decompile the app and see all the source code and so on. And yeah, this was again, Open Technology Fund sponsored this test. But we worked again with the Human Rights Watch. So the app isn't available on Google Play. We basically got the APK that the human rights activists found, and they gave us this APK, and then we tried to, not raise suspicion and not alert the owners and maintainers of the app, right? So we were supposed to, again, like use Tor, not don't delete or IPs and so on. So we found, that the application was collecting some data, for example, calendar entries, phone contacts, country codes, all the information from the phone, the IMEI, IMSI, and all these other stuff. Text messages sent and received were also but only with the text message, and the phone contact is already scary, but also the calendar entries was kind of interesting. Information about the current base station, used hardware like MAC addresses, and then they got like information about the installed applications on the phone. So it was in an MD5 hash of the applications and checking all this. And yeah, so I'm just going to keep all this. So it's basically that's what it was gathering, right? So we found like a lot of data being gathered. And it's interesting that it uses SMS permissions to dump all stored text messages and include them in the report, phone numbers. It also saved all the data to the SD card, which is kind of very insecure, but I don't know. And then they pushed, so they grabbed all the data and then zip it on the SD card and then send it to a server, right? So all extracted information bundled as a zip file without applying any password protection, and then upload it to a Wi-Fi server, right? So this is basically, some details here about all this. And then we could see that the application was ignoring all SSL warnings as well. So you could, if you were in the same police network, you would be able to be in the middle and see all this traffic. So all hostname verifier is just a bad implementation. And before you could see that they were using XMPP with the IP address, so no SSL either. And this is basically how the application looks. And yeah, we are kind of out of time, so I'm kind of jumping through this a little bit because this is basically what we found, right? So they contact some servers on the local network, So this is the local server contacted by BXAQ, and this is the public server contacted by iJob, right? So this is a public IP address, and this is a local IP address on the police network. So yeah, with this, we can say that this application was gathering all this data. And then from there, Human Rights Watch raised the concern and tried to do all this awareness campaign and so on. But we just worked on the technical side, right? So the ones that really risked their lives and did all the hard work were the human rights activists, no more. So the applications that we have covered here are part of our mobile course. So if somebody takes our mobile course, we are giving one in 44 in next week. So this is the registration link if you're interested in that. If somebody is interested, there's also a 40% discount now for Black Friday on the store. So if you get the mobile course, that way you also get all these Chinese applications as well as CloudPets. So all the applications I've covered in this talk, as well as Smart Sheriff and others. And if you just want to see some webinar or the workshop tomorrow or something else, just ping admin and we can give you access to some of those free things. That's fine as well. With that, we are out of time. So if anybody has any questions, let me know.
Yeah, Mr. Abraham. So there was a question asked, what's your take on current COVID contact tracing apps? Does it have similar behaviors?
Well, by definition, yes, right? Because with COVID, what you want to know is who has been in contact with who else, right? So this worked really well in South Korea because they could trace very quickly who was infected, and then from the contact of the phones or which other phones were closer to that person, they could contact the other people. And this made it, so this is good for like stopping COVID. In South Korea, it worked really well, at least at the beginning. I'm not sure now what's the status there. So for stopping COVID, it's pretty good, but then these features, I know in Europe, they are doing it anonymously somehow. They are trying to, like share this data with the authorities, but not really, without kind of personal information, just the phone numbers to contact the people or something like this, right? But this is kind of, in the end, somebody has the information and they can correlate everything, right? So it's difficult. So digital electronics is evitable, but any idea how to make ourselves feel better when data sent to different countries, especially big ones? Yeah, I think the only solution is really to use a VPN, and then try to have as few apps as possible, and only apps that encrypt data and so on. Is kind of the only advice that comes to mind. This is really difficult to solve because like at the end of the day, like your Google account, Facebook account, Twitter, all the social media, you kind of have to give your personal data, your phone number, and they kind of know where you live from the the Wi-Fi networks that you are probing already, even if you don't know the address. So they are too deep in the phone, so it's kind of difficult to stop this, right? But yeah, using a VPN and trying to limit the apps that you use, that is going to help and reduce the impact of it. Any other questions?
I don't think there is any further questions. Anyways, thank you, Abraham. I mean, like,
thank you.
Wow, like, the dolls look like so innocent, and like it's easy to say, like, I don't care about privacy, I don't have anything to hide, like I don't care about security, I'm not high profile. Then later tonight, your child's drone takes a picture of what you're doing at home, and then it leaks it to the Chinese police, and now that's a nightmare for you. Only then people will care, maybe.
Yeah.
That wraps up day one of NanoSec 2020. We'd like to apologize for the technical errors that occurred today. We will get things fixed tomorrow. Hopefully everyone had a good time. We'll see everyone again tomorrow at 10 a.m. We'll be waiting for you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.